everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law. And I hope, as always, you're having a great and wonderful day. We turn our attention once again to the ever-present, ongoing, never-ending Karen Reed trial, Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. We are starting week 3 of this trial, somehow, amazingly enough. Does it feel like it's been 3 weeks, or does it feel like it's been 10? It's hard to tell, because we bleed into last year as well, with where does time start and where does it end? Sometimes it's a little ambiguous. But in any event, we are turning into Karen Reed. We last week had 3 days featuring the wonderful, ever-present Jen McCabe, a light in all of our lives. Her beauty and charm is only belied by her truth. She is a wonderful person in every way, and you can tell just by looking into her eyes the quality of the person that she is. And we heard 3 days of testimony from her with some, let's say, inconsistencies relating to various things that she said at various times, perhaps most notably and most jarringly, when asked what Karen Reed said in front of a grand jury. She, at least on 12 separate occasions, was asked some version of the question, and at no point said, Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, which you think, you could understand not, mentioning once or twice. You could think you could, mention, understand that, but that apparently never came up at any point prior. That's a lot, and never came up in, her initial interviews with the police. Never came up at any point, prior to basically her being called to stand the second time, at the first trial. Was basically the first time she said any of these statements, and that was fun and exciting. And then also on Friday, we heard briefly from the state's lab expert, chemistry expert level 4, although now she's known as forensic scientist level 4, if you don't mind, because apparently they changed the job title. I think chemist level 4 was a better job title than forensic scientist. I mean, if I had to choose, would I rather be called chemist level 4 or forensic scientist level 4? I don't know. I think I like chemist more. But, you guys can decide which job title you like better. But in any event, chemist level 4 turned forensic scientist level 4 because we had a job title, talked a little bit about how they test blood and how they don't test blood. And, of course, most notably, her testimony basically amounted to garbage in, garbage out, right? She takes the numbers the hospital gives her, and she uses the magic formula, which I didn't feel like she really adequately explained the magic formula, to be honest. They're just numbers that come out of somewhere. And at least the way that I heard her explain the math, it seems wrong. The way that she's like, oh, it's 13% greater, therefore you need to divide by 13%. I'm like, no, that's not how that works. But yeah, so I heard her explain the math wrong, at least to my ear, although there was a dispute about that, but the way it sounded to me sounded wrong. And anyways, other numbers she said, like where they come from, where's from the number come, were also questionable, and why are we making the assumptions we're making? A lot of assumptions built in there and not much understanding about why we're making particular assumptions. But in any event, we heard some testimony relating to that and some fairly interesting cross-examination. I believe we are resuming with our friend at the state lab this morning. I don't believe we were done with her, so I believe she's coming back to the stand for a little subsequent performance, and then we're going to get into new exciting witnesses. I heard potentially Michael Proctor might be on the stand today, which, if he is on the stand, that would make a lot of tactical sense as the prosecution. I feel like they've got to call Proctor at some point, and now's as good a time as any, because he's such a horrible, horrible witness for the state. It's like, when do you call Proctor? It's like, well, first of all, can I not call him? I'm like, I don't know how I don't call him, because he's the lead, he was the lead investigator, and basically he's the connecting tissue of the case. So it's like, well, how do I not call him? And if I don't call him, doesn't the defense call him? And if the defense is going to call him, well, then I have to call him, because I have to draw the sting, as we say. I have to get in front of the bad, and God knows there's a lot of bad. So I'm almost forced to call Proctor. It's like, okay, so if I'm going to call Proctor, when do I do it? Well, we talked a little bit about primacy and recency in our prior discussions relating to trial tactics. You want to start strong, you want to end strong, and things that are less desirable kind of go somewhere in the middle. So Proctor being called at this time would make a lot of tactical sense. At least in my humble opinion, I thought they started relatively strong with, Jen McCabe sadly is one of their best pieces of evidence. So you got to kind of put that out early. And then, of course, the EMTs and firefighters who allegedly heard I hit him. We put those guys out early. So we kind of started as strong as we can, with the evidence we have to work with, right? Given the framework we have. Remember, you have to remember the situation the state's in, right? In terms of what's strong and what's not. What's strong and what's not is all judged by other things in the case. So what is strong for this case, which is garbage, right? So what is strong for this case? I felt like they started pretty strong with the EMTs and the firefighters, and sadly, Jen McCabe is probably pretty strong, and also, of course, the hospital witness they called relative to that blood stuff, and this witness relative to the blood stuff to prove she was drunk at the time. Probably pretty strong. That's probably your strongest evidence. And it doesn't really get much better than that. And then, okay, so now what are you going to do? Well, at some point you have to talk about the police investigation, right? And so it's like, well, when are you going to do that? Well, now would make sense because, when else are you going to do it? Last time they held Proctor on way too long. They brought him at the end. That was a mistake. It would make a lot more sense to bring Proctor on now. Because, then, if he blows up in a ball of fire, which, is a pretty likely scenario, if we're kind of crossing our fingers that the jury will forget, right? They'll be so impressed by the primacy of our beautiful, wonderful evidence that we brought in at the beginning, and whatever our valuable evidence is at the end. We're going to sandwich the stupid, the compliment sandwich. We say something nice at the start and we say something nice at the end, and we throw in the garbage in the middle and kind of hope no one notices. Classic sort of psychology. These are principles I'm sure you're familiar with. So it makes a lot of tactical sense to bring Proctor on now, and it also makes sense to bring him on first because he's probably the worst of not that a lot of the other witnesses are great, but he's got to be the worst of them. So probably makes sense to bring Proctor on now. Ask him the questions, deal with him, being engulfed in flames by God himself for the lies, as he bursts into flame on the stand. But that's the end of Michael Proctor. And then, we bring in the other state witnesses and kind of hope that everyone forgets about Proctor by the end. That's the dream. It probably makes a lot of sense to bring in Proctor now. So if they call Proctor to the stand, I'll be like, yeah, that makes a lot of tactical sense. Because I don't know what the alternatives are. There aren't a lot of great alternatives. That's the problem. What's the alternative? It's like calling Proctor now is dumb. Yeah, as opposed to when? Like not calling him sooner, calling him later. When would be best time? Anyone have any suggestions other than now? Now sounds pretty good. So yeah, if they call Proctor to the stand, that makes a lot of sense. And then of course, we enjoy him being engulfed in a ball of fire for the lies. And then, we get into other stupids and stuff. And if Proctor gets a call on the stand, then I guess it's just Proctor week, probably. Because we have so many more fun things to talk to Proctor about than we did last time. We have all the fun things we had to talk about Proctor last time, and we have new exciting things to talk about with Proctor. Like, for example, we're calling you Mr. Proctor now. Is there any particular reason we're calling you Mr. Proctor now? Would you like to talk to us about that? Not really. Well, let's talk about it anyway, and so forth and so on. So, yeah. So we're going to see what's going on, all the rest of that stuff. So it might be Proctor week. Now's as good a time as any. It's not going to get any better. Might as well go for it and hope that somehow, some way that it goes better than you hope. And if it goes all to hell, you hope the jury forgets because of your brilliance of, whatever else it is that you're going to end this case with, and hope somehow, some way. Yeah. I suppose you're ending your case either like in your case in chief or in your rebuttal case. At some point, you're going to call the friends from Aperture. At some point, you're going to call Aperture Science and say how totes the physics are such that she absolutely 100% did it. We don't know what those incompetent assholes at ARCA are talking about. We're the geniuses at Aperture. We're the geniuses at Aperture, and we assure you that the physics are possible. So that's probably where that ends, right? That's probably your last witness, either now or during your rebuttal case. So yeah, you start with all the witnesses who say, I hit him. You end with Aperture, and all the garbage in the middle gets thrown in the middle. And you kind of hope that works. That's probably the way to do this. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to like Brennan. And God knows there's reasons not to like him, not for the rest of reasons. He's a complete weasel. But I mean, in terms of tactics and strategy, and in terms of his direct, I think he's actually really, really good. He's personally, not really a very incredibly likable guy. Also, he's bringing a bullshit case, and probably knows it because he's not an idiot. But in terms of his tactics, I think he's actually been pretty damn good. I thought his opening was really good. Again, you don't have to like it because of his presentation style. He's nasally and monotone. So there's a lot of reasons not to like it. Although I thought that, in terms of story, I thought it was incredibly well laid out in terms of story. If he could learn a little stage presence, he'd be awesome. I thought his layout of the story was even better than Jackson. Jackson story wasn't as good. It was fine, but it wasn't as good. Brennan's story was almost flawless. So if we could combine the stage presence of Jackson with the story presence of Brennan, man, we'd have one hell of a litigator between the two of them. But not everyone can be perfect, I guess. So that's fine. And then in terms of like presentation of the witnesses, I thought he's done things so far in an optimal way. I thought he's been very good on direct. I really like the way he's bringing in the inner slicing of Karen Reed videos. I like the way that he's bringing those in like one at a time. In terms of why he's able to do that, in terms of the agreements with the defense, is a whole other set of issues, but apparently they've agreed to authentication and some other stuff, so I guess. But I think that presentation makes a lot of sense by trying to use Karen Reed's words against her and bringing them in pieces. I think it's been incredibly effective. So, all that good stuff, man. All that good stuff. He hasn't really put a foot wrong in terms of like tactics. His presentation of the witnesses has been so far optimal. His questions on direct have been optimal. Sometimes he loses it a little bit in redirect, but that's forgivable enough because of frustration. And it's not like bad. It's just not as optimal as he is on direct. But on direct, he does exactly what he's supposed to do. He lets the witness tell the story. He gets out of the way. If the witness veers off and starts in a different part of the story, he very very gently and very gingerly redirects them so that he gets them back to where he wants them to be and allows them to tell the story. He doesn't really overstay his welcome in terms of his questioning. He manages to get what he needs from the witnesses in a fine presentation style. He's been very, very good. Yannetti has also been extremely good. Jackson needs work, especially on cross. He asked incredibly argumentative questions and is overly aggressive, particularly with witnesses who don't deserve it. Jen McCabe, he was fine. Although even with Jen McCabe, I would have probably recommended dialing it down a little bit. But with Jen McCabe, I thought he was fine because that kind of witness deserves that kind of treatment. But with the EMTs and firefighters, not so much. No. Yeah, I didn't feel like Jackson's style really lent itself to those particular witnesses for cross-examination. In my humble opinion, way too aggressive. Too little butter over too much bread. Juice wasn't worth the squeeze, and so forth and so on. Your likability and presentation in front of the jury is a huge factor. The jury has to like you. And, you have to be cautious in a lot of different respects that you make sure that you're not coming off as a bully. And at least in my humble opinion, although I'm well aware that many lawyers disagree with me, which is fine. We're just all assessing our own tastes and our own thresholds. But at least in my humble opinion, I felt that he was far, far, far too aggressive for the witnesses. And there was not enough juice for the amount of squeeze for the EMTs and firefighters. And he tried to nail them on what were, at least to my mind, in the grand scheme of things, relatively minor discrepancies that they could have just allowed the discrepancies to speak for themselves instead of trying to basically browbeat it out of the witness and browbeat it to the jury. I think, at least in my humble opinion, a mistake. And I like Yannetti better. Yannetti's much more my guy. If I have my choice between Jackson and Yannetti, I'll take Yannetti every day. Yannetti's much more my style. Yannetti is much better at at a softer, more judo-like experience than Jackson. Jackson doesn't know how to do judo. Jackson just sees, thing, and Jackson just does Jackson smash. Jackson smash. I'm like, okay, look, not every problem is a Jackson smash kind of problem. Okay, can we have some other modes? Jackson smash. Okay, thank you, Jackson. I just need you to calm down a little bit. Jackson smash. All right, can we hear some more from Yannetti? He's pretty good. Maybe we save Jackson smash for some other. It would be perfectly appropriate for Proctor, right? I mean, Jackson smash definitely has his point. I think Yannetti would be fine. I mean, I don't think Yannetti would be problematic. But if you're going to have smash, then then, for example, Proctor would be an example where you would have Jackson smash would perhaps be more warranted. But that is my assessment of things. Other people may disagree. And then, of course, we also had a nice conversation with Aussie Insider this weekend. That was wonderful. Thank you, Aussie Insider, for joining me. And we had a nice discussion over the finer points of judicial ethics, in which, in my humble opinion, going through the exact wording of the rules, Justice Bev, which always strikes me as odd. Why is she called Justice? But never mind. Justice Bev actually is doing pretty well on most of the rules of ethics because the way the rules are written, right? And you have to judge things based on the way the rules are written. She's a horrible judge. She's incredibly biased. She's a dick to the defense and not to the Commonwealth. So there's a lot of reasons to dislike her, but when you actually go through the rule and the tenor of the rules, it's like most of the rules, it's like, oh no, she's actually doing pretty good. Some of the rules not so much, but you can't just squeeze, what you want into each rule. You got to kind of judge the rule for itself. But yeah. So all that good stuff. How are you guys doing today in chat? You guys having a good day so far in chat? Let's see how you guys are doing in chat. Good morning, everyone. I am pumped and ready. Thank you, Stinker Bell, for being here. Yeah, word on the street is prosecutors calling Proctor today. That's what I've heard. If they're calling Proctor today, that makes a lot of sense. CRC Duster says, Kurt, whatever are you on to say those things about Jen McCabe? I want some of those things, one of those too. Yeah, our listening comprehension skills leave something to be desired, it seems to me in chat, but never mind. Good morning, Rosemary and Jane. White Rabbit Annie says, Proctor's like the spinach you try to hide in your kid's plate. The green stuff? What green stuff? Something like that, yes. If it were me, I'd try to get him out of the way and try to rehab him. Yeah, that's what you want to do, right? You want to... Now would be a very good time to call Proctor. You've sort of started strong. Hopefully, you get the jury going on. You bring out your bad shit. You do all the police investigation stuff. That's all kind of shit. And then probably end with aperture and whatever else you've got, and hope for the best is kind of what you got going on. Yeah, the solo cups. See, there are many problems. There are many problems. Miss Manny reacts. Thank you very much. SEK20 from Phoenix Paw said, I'd call Mr. Proctor, having you have to dismiss the case. Cute. Oh, looks like court is perhaps starting. We got random noises coming from the courtroom. Exciting. Spinny fan is spinning, by the way. Spinny fan is spinning for justice. Good morning from Utah. Good morning, Karen. If Proctor's on a Brady list, how does that work? Well, if Proctor's on a Brady list, then he would never be assigned a case where he have to be called to the stand ever again. But he's already been dismissed from the force anyway. So, the Brady list is the least of his problems. Good morning. Atlanta here. Good morning. Also, we're trying the stream.io interface today. So we're doing a different interface today in terms of our presentation because Nate the lawyer said he might want to join me. So I'm running it inside browser so we can see how that goes. Experiment with different logos. We are in fact unmuted. That is true. The unmuted is real. Sidebar. Sidebar. Well, it took literally less than 1 second, guys. On your over under, how long until the first sidebar? The answer was under 1 second. So that was exciting. Let's get this thing on screen. Yeah. Less than 1 second was the answer. Oh, man. Good times. Nah, I think we'll go with this setup. Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that light is coming in today intense, isn't it, man? Let me close the blinds a little so I can get a little less light on my face. Get a little less light blowout going on. There we go. That's a little better. Now the blinds are closed, though. Now it's dark. I don't like dark as much. Thank you for our moderators being here, by the way. Miss Mandy Reacts, thank you very much. Rose being here. Jinx, thank you for being here. Jinx helps us with our merch store. Thank you for some of the great merch. Make sure to check out the merch store. There's some good stuff there. Miss Tony P. Lots of fun, friendly mods here today. Excellent. Everything is wonderful. Do, 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 do. Good morning, body language interrogation trial. Everyone back to the tables. Let's zoom right in on the defendant as she's having conversations with her attorney. That's always really good camera people. Thank you for the 322 of you who are currently here. By the way, if you wouldn't mind hitting the like button, it helps a lot with the YouTube engagement. So we do appreciate it. And if you haven't already, take a chance to retweet our pinned comment because that will also help in terms of growth. So if you wouldn't mind hitting that pinned comment and retweeting our X link, and hitting the like button. Both those things would help a lot with engagement and bringing attention to the stream. It is appreciated. Thank you. $10 from Doom McGuy. Morning, Kurt. Hope you had a good weekend. I did have a decent weekend. Thank you. I did all my laundry. I cleaned my apartment, which is now sparkling. I did some kickball yesterday. That was good. My computer is running perfectly. Thank God. Yeah, Nate the lawyer came over for a little while and we hung out. That was cool. I had a pretty good weekend. Thank you for asking. Kim gifted 5 gift memberships. Thank you. Yes, we also played some computer games. That's true. We played some computer games. We played the game Crime Scene Cleaner, and we also played the game Schedule 1. We're working on my alternative future hobbies of drug cultivation and dealing, and also cleaning up crime scenes. Developing lots of interesting skills for the future. Bring in the jury. Tony P. gifted 10 gift memberships. Thank you very much. Dwarf Fortress? Dwarf Fortress is a classic. Yeah.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
That accent, man. I don't know, man. Today, I don't know if it was just me, but that accent, that Massachusetts accent for our friendly clerk, really just popping through this morning. That was a lot, man. What a way to start my day. Okay, let's do this thing.
All right. Good morning again, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, juries. I have to ask you those same 3 questions.
Please don't smile like that at me. Okay, that smile is like I'm going to eat your soul. You look like a nice grandmother who wants to provide me cookies, but I feel like it might actually be the tale of Hansel and Gretel. So please don't smile like that at me again. It's scary. It's scary to me in my morning.
You all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Oh.
I understood that the defense informed they were still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry.
Hey, hello, Nate the Lord. Good morning.
Okay.
Hey, good morning. Let me put my
Thought
earphones
that we
in.
were done with that witness.
I had said to cut me off so that we could end early, but no, I
didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan knew that. All right, come back in, Ms. Knowles, please.
Nate, the lawyer, is trying to get his face on, as they say, but I'm sure he'll join us any time now.
Ms. Knowles, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I forgot my camera was
All right,
here.
Mr.
Make
Yannetti.
sure this is there. Back here. That. What's up? What's up?
Good morning.
Doing some Karen Reed in the mornings.
Ma'am, on Friday, you testified to this jury about the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Can you pause it real quick?
I have no direct knowledge of what.
Yep.
One thing I think people in the crowd or in the chat need to really understand, if you're watching this, understand this. This is textbook cross-examination. In other words, she's only saying yes or no. He's given the whole question is exactly, did you do blah, 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 yes or no? Because he's leading her down the trail. I don't know where he's going with it, but this is textbook cross-examination.
100%.
This is definitely the closed question. He is not letting her get able to expand at all. But I want to see where he's going with it, though.
The standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or
So
requirements.
she
or
already
body.
finished with yes. So
You
that's
know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
yes.
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
That's correct. You can't vouch for him.
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present, and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan
She's a
Hospital.
professional witness. That's why
Or
she
this
keeps
case
answering and
specifically.
just
I'm sorry,
yelling
I
a
didn't
lot of
cut you
extra
off.
stuff.
Excuse me, you can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
Correct. I cannot.
Are you aware that there was a recall on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
I'll throw an objection out there.
Sustained.
As to how Good Samaritan
Still got
stores,
it.
preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Now, excuse me, at your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
The confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the
Didn't
results
answer the
that are
question.
reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court, and you want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes.
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
Correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the other, the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done
Ray
by
asked
Good
the
Samaritan,
question.
correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are, and if the results on the
asking that.
report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just had to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that this type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritans, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate the Good Samaritan results into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol content, you need to convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes.
Oh, so these are non-speaking
the-
objections then, huh?
Accuracy
don't.
of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So if it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19% and not just one single value is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question.
You see? Go
My
right back to the
question
yes
was
and no.
To calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to precisely know the amount of water in that person's blood,
She's supposed to
correct?
say yes now, or correct. That's all you need to say.
Ask it differently, Mr. Newman.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual person?
Yes.
That's how you just get the
Everybody
yes to your
has a
question.
different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
There is a normal variation between
Because-
individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no questions, and then
You see,
if there's
that's
an
trying to-
explanation, Mr. Lally can stand up
Trying to
afterward
control
and
the
have
witness.
you explain, but
So
this will go
no-
more quickly.
No comments, just go ahead and ask a question.
Sure.
So even the judge now is going out of the game.
Everybody has a different amount of water.
Is there a popping noise from your end, by the way? Because every once in a while I just hear this popping noise. Is that some sort of thing that you have on your end?
Oh yes, yes. Hold on. Let me. Yes. Sorry.
Thank
Turn
you.
it off.
Appreciate that.
Sorry if you heard it again.
Correct?
It should be off now.
Yes.
And there are a number of factors that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Yes.
What is
Now she's just saying
hematocrit?
yes, yes, no. She's a prop now.
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Yes. Now she's looking at the prosecutor. Yes, no. We don't need the long.
Are you aware that individual hematocrit can vary and that it affects the water content in blood?
Sustained.
Would somebody's age be a factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
You know, it's yes.
It's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my.
The reason a lot of these questions are happening is because like they never established what these numbers are. Like the range is probably like a 95% confidence interval range if I had to bet, right? Because it's probably like when you say like, oh, the number is between this number and this number, that's probably a 95% confidence interval. But she never said that. And so that would be the answer to the question. It's like, yes, there's a 5% deviation outside that, but we account for the 95% basically norm. But she never established that, so she's flailing around a little bit. So, yeah.
My job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
I'm jealous of your neon green earphones.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
The neon green pops. It pops. I wonder if I can get my earphones in neon green coloring. That'd be good.
Oh, that's because these were the cheapest though, which I liked. You know,
Okay.
cheap is good for me. I'm a cheapskate. So I was like, what's the cheapest one?
These ones actually weren't that expensive either. These are from a company called ME. I believe these are $50 for these ones, and they actually work really great. And then they kind of disappear into the ear, which is nice. So yeah.
I like to have them on my ear, people
And
now.
conversion
Fair enough.
factors vary significantly.
I wear a hat a lot of the time, so having a headband was kind of a deal
Yeah,
breaker.
it's not going to work for you.
Yeah.
Between individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes.
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
And this
Correct. There
this
is
is
a
what's called
range
reasonable
that
doubt
is
within
agreed
the
upon,
test.
but not a singular.
How do they know it
conversion
really
factor.
says
And the
it's-
range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes.
That range could be incorrect.
You recognize.
I'm still hearing the popping, man. I'm still hearing it. Where's from the popping come?
It's from my thing over here. Hold on. Oh, I see what it is. Sorry. I thought it was something else. Hold on. Let me unplug this. Sorry. I had an air freshener. That's what you're hearing. I'm so sorry. You're like, I keep hearing the pop, and I'm like, I thought I turned everything up. But no, it's near freshener, sorry.
However, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
Yes.
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
Yes.
So if you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
Correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to
Dia's gotta
capture
clean all this
as
up.
accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not
She
cover
just sitting there
100%
saying,
of
yes,
scenarios
yes, yes.
with all the factors that you described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
It's all messed up. Yes.
The conversion was
Imprecise.
performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best
Was it
practice
imprecise?
recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Was it imprecise? That's the question. Yes. Yes, it was. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
You say
Can you
it.
repeat the question?
The conversion from serum to whole blood did not end the calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Next
Correct.
question, though.
The
There it is.
conversion from serum to whole blood only translated what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
Which was an imprecise calculation,
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
but was it
and
imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of
Was
my
it
laboratory.
What was the precise number then?
Yes. There it is.
Was there a
Challenge it.
precise number or was it imprecise?
There it is.
The range,
I'm not
But no,
talking
no.
about a range. I
Was
know
it
that you'd
precise?
like
Was it
to
imprecise?
say
I don't give a
that.
fuck about all that. Go ahead.
Was
Speak
there a
it.
precise number, man?
That's easy. It's okay. You can say
the
it.
results of my report was not a single number. It's a range of numbers.
She's afraid to say it.
Yes. Once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Yes, if you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
That just makes sense.
Yep.
That just makes
Can
sense.
you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No. The calculation assumed for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that time interval start at 12:45 a.m.
Okay. And the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes.
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
Yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences. That's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
What somebody had to eat can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
The contents of their stomach or what they had eaten recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into the absorption part of the curve and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay. Their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be
Now, pause it
included
for a
in the
second.
rate of elimination rate.
Now, remember, just a couple of, for the audience, remember just a little while ago, the judge said, hey, you know, we've had stop with all of the other explanations after the correct or incorrect. This is a yes and no process. But notice how we're back to the whole correct and then a whole big explanation. So now I think it's on the attorney to now kind of clean that up. Hey, I just need you to say yes or no. I don't need this whole long-winded explanation after it. So hopefully you'll see that occur. He'll start cleaning it up a little later.
Yep. Thank you. Awesome. Very much so. Yeah. So that's exactly what Nate's saying, right? You know, you just want to, in cross, just get exactly what you need, and then the rehabilitation happens in the redirect.
Yeah, it's a commando raid.
Yeah, exactly so. Yeah, that's right.
You're in and you're out.
We're not trying to maintain the ground, just forward, ever forward. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very good.
Range that I use for my calculations, the person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
You know what? Pause it. You guys should just pay me for this type of analysis. What did I just say? I've never watched this before, but I told you, he's got to clean it up, right? You got to get her to say yes or no. You don't care about all that other stuff. The only thing you want the jury to hear is what I'm saying. Did you kill that man? And her response. That's all you need. That's the reason why he just now went back to it. Was that a yes? This is classic cross-examining. And this guy's, he's obviously a skilled trial lawyer, because that's what you want to do, control the witness. I'm sorry, I know I'm stopping all the time, but I always think when somebody does something like this that's so teachable, it just makes it more fun to know, like, you know, this is what you're looking at.
No, absolutely, man. You can interrupt anytime, man. That's why you're here, for that wonderful commentary. That's why we love you, Nate.
Put it on 1.25. You can speed up a little bit.
Metabolic
I'm
rate.
sorry?
You should make it like 1.25 because it'll catch up, but it'll, you know.
No, that's all right. We catch up during the breaks. It's fine. They take sidebars and stuff. We'll catch up. It's no problem. I assure you.
It can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
Yes.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or the early morning of January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Sustained.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Sustained.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
Pause it.
Do you have any personal...
All those questions were obviously outside her knowledge base, right? All that stuff. He's not saying that for her to get an answer. He's saying that for an objection so the jury can just hear it. So all these questions, he knows for a fact, are not going to be answered, but he's just saying it for effect, which is which is to be honest with you, is a little scumbaggery. Because after the second one, I'd have been asking the court, "Come on, Your Honor, we know what he's doing." But none of these questions does he really want answers to. He just wants to say them so the jury can hear them.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Personal knowledge of whether Ms. Reed poured herself a drink during the hours of 12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th
Yep.
of 2022.
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those hours?
No, I do not.
Yeah, that question for me is like the most telling, because this is all assuming that, first of all, that the incident occurred at like 12:30, and also assuming that all the alcohol she had happened before the event, because this is all retrograde analysis. Given what your blood alcohol concentration is now, let's go backwards in time to the time in question, and using default elimination rates and processing rates and so forth and so on, we can calculate what your blood alcohol rate was at the time. But of course, that presumes that all the alcohol you had prior to the event. If you had drunk after the event, there's no way to tell. So if she had had a drink at 2 a.m. after having done the accident at 12:30, right? The body doesn't know the difference. Alcohol is alcohol, so it wouldn't know when that alcohol was consumed. So you can't therefore assume that she had a certain alcohol at the time of the incident. The whole thing is based on assumptions that aren't grounded in any reality.
Yeah. Oh, but if I could, I think my mic may be too high because people are saying that my mic is blowing them out. If you can you turn down my volume?
I can, certainly, yes. But this is one of the reasons I don't like using the web interface, because trying to find the exact relative volumes is impossible in wonderful tools like StreamYard and all the rest. They all suck equally.
Well, you'll play it, and I can hear it from I'll listen to the YouTube feed to see.
I turned you down 10% to 90%. So
yeah, maybe make it like 80.
All right, I'll turn you down to 80%.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, you're now at 80%. Let's see how
Perfect.
that does.
Assume that Ms. Reed did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m. Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available.
Yeah, it was really hot.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected, that adjustment in the calculation intending to avoid overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
I'll allow it.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins?
Sustained.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
To the best of my knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
Are you done?
Mr. Lally?
All right.
They have some stuff they have to clean up though, for sure.
Morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within Ms. Reed's medical records that you testified to previously last week, What was that reading again?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would see alcohol recorded in hospital records?
Yes, it is.
And specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on?
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform these calculations consistent with how you have done in each and every prior instance within your work at the lab?
Yes, the serum conversion factors have been adjusted since I first started doing these, but the same type of math was performed, and I'd used the approved conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
Now, what is the difference between whole blood and serum?
Whole blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations of the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
I'll allow it, or ask it differently, Mr. Chairman.
The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
That's a good question.
It benefits justice.
The question of benefit depends on the
like-
context,
yeah,
speaking
it's like
to the
it's kinda
math.
crazy.
Dividing by a larger number means the resulting number
Benefits
would be
everybody
smaller.
because we're trying to be
So
more
the
accurate. That's what I would say.
Whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with like a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences and different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know, how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the
Poor question. Let
phrase.
me rephrase. So you were asked some questions on cross-examination about how frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
And do you have any idea from your training and experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Do you know that?
I do.
Okay, you can answer it.
Less than 5%. The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant had a drink after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did in fact have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.?
Sustained.
If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed. If any alcohol had been consumed, then it would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Knowles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
I'm going to sustain that, actually.
Why is there such a varying range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination, and because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams per cent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were able to calculate for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Knowles, you're all set. Thank you very much.
All right, who's next? Are the rumors
All right,
true?
Next witness, please, or
Commonwealth calls Ryan Nagel.
All right, I guess the rumors may not have been true. Ryan, who the hell are you? The rumor was that we were going to get Proctor this morning. Maybe it's still true, but we'll see. Not yet.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning.
Are
May I
you,
proceed?
are you a limo driver in your spare time?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
I work in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
You had to lead him to that, huh?
Restaurant / pub.
I forgot where was that.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
How many's
Do
a
you remember how
few?
many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether
That's probably
the
an
drinks
honest
you
answer.
had, the alcohol drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer.
Uh-huh.
Was you're a
Feel
slush
like you
braid?
had
That's what
any
he wants
type
to
of
ask
effects
him.
from the alcohol?
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the
Committed
time
any
you left
crimes?
McCarthy.
I mean, driving.
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky,
Was anybody else with you too?
my ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxon,
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
she was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brennan, slow down a little bit for the
Oh.
court reporter, please.
Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert,
Is he a senior or a junior?
he is a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Probably a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an
No.
estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
So the estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Can you actually, give me a second. I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Off the top of my head right now.
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest, before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
Okay. And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right. For
And
them
the-
to take a right.
That vehicle was going to take a right onto Fairview,
Correct, sir.
and your vehicle was coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
That was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview, and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
Okay. After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you?
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
Okay. The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
Behind, it was in front of me the whole time.
And so I'll ask the question again, did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on, they released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're going to go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Probably closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were
Do you
two
remember,
doors. Yes.
do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway, did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the
I
house?
saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to
It
identify
was
the person?
too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
The sirens are a constant joy in this trial.
It must be close to a
I
hospital.
was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor. If I could show Exhibit 3 to Mr. Nagel. Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antonio was driving at that
D'Antano.
time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
The sirens are real today, apparently. The sirens scream for justice today.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night.
He may have had one or two.
Which means 5.
But he appeared to be driving safely.
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time.
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed.
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV, in that sense, got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yannetti?
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, we're doing a little engagement, so let's see if we can skip ahead a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
Can you
Mr.
enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah, you know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before, you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, so to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter to,
Sure. All right,
mark.
we will take care of that, thank you.
Right, so-
And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
all right, so it will be, go ahead, madam.
49, thank you. And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150.
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct, I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance, how close did she get to you?
I could have popped on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5, I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
I mean, yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there, there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Okay. Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection?
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really thought was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it would be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time.
No.
He just gradually pulled out.
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger's seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down at both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So you could see both seats in the front driver's
I
compartment.
couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one.
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV.
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
The woman in the passenger seat was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat. She
I'm
was
sorry,
in the driver's seat.
thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
That's
You could see
disastrous.
her lips moving as if she were talking,
I
correct?
wasn't looking for that.
But
Just
you
happened to
didn't-
see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions, thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
Sir, you mentioned you were at that address around 12:30,
That is correct, sir.
and you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes?
Yes?
You know the exact time you left?
No. Not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground, given the
Yes.
weather?
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
In the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
What? How? I object to that question. How would he have a basis of knowing how hard the ground is? What? What kind of question is that? That's a stupid question. Yeah.
Say that again?
The ground.
The ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
What?
Like the road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn?
Oh. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
a ridiculous
Around
question.
that time, around 12:30 when you left,
Mm-hmm.
Was there inches of snow?
No, there was
on the
not
ground?
inches of snow, no. I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you, for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times, did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat?
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else?
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir, it was closed.
Could I have Exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've
Walking?
Never seen... Oh, sorry.
walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
Sustain.
No, sir, I've never seen
That
that.
means you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Could you take that down, please? And after you left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Just briefly, on those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. You're not changing that testimony?
No,
correct?
I'm not changing that, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Heather Mason.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in court during the case now is hearings for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
So this somebody else who went to the party? I don't know.
Whenever you're
Can't
ready.
remember the street.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you
All right.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, M-A-X-O-N.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how did or how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 28th, during January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house. Just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Right. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at C.F. McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you
I understand,
left
sir.
the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, were there other plans that you were...
No.
Okay, that was just the plan to
Yeah.
go get her?
Yeah,
Do you
get her.
remember generally or specifically what time that was?
Late, midnight?
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No,
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky,
Where were you sitting?
in the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road?
Yes.
That had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street, so we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's okay if you don't
okay.
recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like a SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle, yes.
Could you describe for the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the
Did
question.
you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left,
No.
did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
Okay. When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well, besides Julie, sorry.
So Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night?
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes,
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
we did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
Okay. What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car,
Where did you see her?
in the driver's side.
Was there, at that point, any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
The
light?
dome lights,
Was the driver's side door open?
not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
You didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver, no.
Okay, next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No,
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
no.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing,
seconds,
so
yeah.
I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
I'll allow it.
Outside the door?
No,
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed, good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app?
How long to diet cold, maybe?
I don't recall.
Were you searching how
Can you
long to
testify
diet
with
cold?
certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Were you muzzling Chloe?
Certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
I tell you what, man, if the police came and asked me for my phone, I'd be like, you could get lost. Like, these people are like, oh, you can look at my phone? Not a chance in this world, baby. No way. Oh, yeah, let me turn over my phone to the police. That's definitely something I'm going to do with my time. You've got to be out of your mind. Woof.
All right, well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then Julie came out, and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion,
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
She seems like a very nice and honest person. I mean, I like her. I think she's
When
credible.
Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions, thank you.
Exciting. More approaching happening. Okay, now we're spinny fan, and that brings us to live. Okay, great. So we are just now on break. Cool. All right, so now we're back to live. All right, exciting and fun. All right, so yeah, so far interesting. Not a lot of fireworks this morning. We just finished off with the medical tech at the state crime lab with the blood issues. We dealt with that, and then we have 2 eyewitnesses, the boyfriend, girlfriend who were in a car who were going towards the scene of the crime and saw a car with or without people in it and so forth and so on. So, not a lot of fireworks so far this morning. The state lab person basically is like, garbage in, garbage out. The numbers are, not necessarily precise. And also, we don't know exactly when she consumed alcohol, which is like the biggest factor for me. Like, even if you assume that the conversions are completely correct and you assume that the ranges are completely correct, the biggest problem for me on a technical level is you don't know when the alcohol was consumed. Because again, like the way that this is working is you're taking the blood alcohol at a known time, and then you're using standard elimination conversion rates for alcohol, and then working backwards. And that's easy enough to do, right? So it's like you can know from medical studies how fast people consume alcohol, or how fast their body metabolizes alcohol or otherwise processes alcohol, evaporates it or metabolizes it or otherwise excretes it. I mean, that's all very determinable in terms of trying to figure that out. I mean, lots of studies on that, right? So then you basically have sort of a 95% confidence interval, the 95% typical person. And so then you have a range of how fast they produce alcohol, and then you can use that range to work backwards in time. And like, okay, that all makes sense to me. And then you can kind of do that for any indefinite period of time, right? It's like, well, the body reduces alcohol at these rates, and you can work backwards indefinitely and just get a number. The problem is, of course, you don't know when they consumed the alcohol. That's the biggest problem. And you don't, because the body just treats alcohol the same. All alcohol is the same to the body, effectively. I mean, maybe there's some slight differences, but nothing worth writing home about. Alcohol is pretty much alcohol. And so the body, takes the alcohol and processes it, but you don't know when you consumed it. So you don't know if it was before the time in question or after the time in question. So you don't know. That's the biggest problem for me. And then, of course, you have just the inherent problems with the different standards from the the hospital versus the lab and sort of how they calculate numbers. And so there's a lot of problems relating to those numbers. But I thought, overall, it was effective for whatever value it had. It's safe to say Karen Reed had been drinking. I think no one's denying that, that she had been drinking perhaps to some large amount. I think, okay. I'm not sure how far that, if you're trying to prove that Karen Reed was drunk at the time, okay. I mean, I'll spot you. Karen Reed was drunk at the time, but, you have a long way to go. First of all, that her car hit him is going to be the major factor, of course, right? So if you want me to spot you, Karen Reed was drunk at 12:30 in the morning, I'll spot you. Karen Reed was drunk at 12:30 in the morning. You still have a long way to go for all the other elements of the offense. She's not being charged with DUI. If she was being charged with DUI, sure, let's convict her of DUI. That would be fine. But we're not charging her with DUI, so I need to know some other things. Namely, that her car hit him would be a really helpful start. And as to that, my friends, the physics are problematic at best. And then we heard from these two eyewitnesses who didn't observe necessarily John in the car. Their value there as witnesses is, sort of neither here nor there. It's like, whatever. It doesn't really do much to change the equation to me. And that's sort of where we bring things up this morning. Okay, I put a pic of the Albert McCabe family tree in Discord. Can we discuss it? I'm feeling a little anxious about the Julies. Sure, why not? Let's look at family trees. Family trees are exciting and fun for all. Legally drunk or hammer drunk? Well, legally it doesn't really matter. Of course, if you're trying to prove that she was, above the legal limit for the purposes of a DUI, sure. Right? I mean, anything over the legal limit is over a legal limit. Then you just get into how bad it is in terms of penalty, but we're not trying to charge her with DUI, so at the moment it doesn't really matter. We have a family tree. Let's see if I can share random family tree with you guys. Okay, how do I do this? I just have to bring it up in a window, I think. Okay, I can do this. Hold on. I have technology. 9:49. That's now. All right. If I drag this into my bar, does this work? Yes, it does. Excellent. All right. Hold on. All right, so now I need to share a different screen. Replace screen sharing with the image. Great. And that should work. Fantastic. All right, so here apparently is the family tree according to one of our viewers. So we've got John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, who were dating. Then we've got, of course, Nicole Albert, married to Brian Albert. And then we got Caitlin Albert and Brian Albert as their child. Then brother of Brian Albert, Chris Albert, married to Julie Albert with his son Colin Albert. Then married to Nicole Albert. We've got Jennifer McCabe, or I apologize, sister of Nicole Albert, rather. We got Jennifer McCabe married to Matt McCabe with the various level of children. Yeah, the family trees in this are real. The family trees don't branch. If you told me we were in Alabama, I'd believe you. But apparently they don't really branch over in New England either. Who knew? Who knew? But everyone's related to everyone. I'm surprised it branches this much, to be honest. This is more branching than I'm expecting, given the way this case seems to be going. Thank you for dropping by and hitting the like button. It is, of course, extensively appreciated. Also, thanks to my guest, Nate the lawyer, who's been joining me. Make sure to check out his channel. He recently crossed 600,000 subscribers. He's producing some great content. And so I'm going to try to we talk a lot, Nate and I, as you would expect. We're good friends. We hang out a lot. We spend time with each other. So he's talks to me about his channel and stuff like that. And so I'm probably going to try to do something similar to what he's doing after this trial. Not for a least of reasons that I just want to break from live streams for a while, because I've been doing a lot of live streams, and going back to edited videos would be fun. So we're going to try to do that and see how it goes. Nate the lawyer joins us. he eats off screen. Enjoys his apples.
I had to get some fuel. It's early in the morning. I
Yes.
forgot. I used to hate watching trials. What they took a break?
Yeah, oh yeah, they're on a break. Also, as previously discussed, Nate the lawyer bought me this lovely watch for my birthday that I love very much. This is
The watch.
This was given to me by Nate the lawyer. This is a Citizen ProMaster Tough Ray Mears edition, titanium with sapphire glass, 200 meter, and is very, very light and is my new daily. So, solar powered, runs for 6 months in the dark. You know, accurate, light, outstanding. It was a nice birthday gift. Thank you, Nate the lawyer.
No problem. Sorry, I'm like eating here.
Yeah.
One thing I will say about this trial is that the last trial, which I did watch some of, the prosecution and the defense seemed to be really on top of their game. This isn't like the shit show last time where it was like, this is like, it's wild to see how more polished the do-over is, because this is the second time for this thing. So, and how more, and even more how even the witnesses are a little bit more comfortable because this is their second time go around too, right?
Yeah, we had a dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
The third or fourth time, it's going to be even better, man.
Very clean. Very clean. Even the I do like the. What do you think are some of the strongest things the prosecution is doing now? Because obviously this is their case in chief. So, what do you think are the good things and the bad things that are happening?
Well, I think the prosecution has been essentially flawless in terms of their strategic and tactical presentations. I think that I thought their opening had an outstanding story. I thought it was a very, very well. It did exactly what I think opening should do. You lay out the story, you lay out the narrative arc, you provide little pieces of evidence to provide some markers, but you don't dwell on the evidence. You just use the evidence, sparingly to help provide the framework of the story. And so I thought the opening of the prosecution was essentially flawless. Where they, in sort of the presentation, where they fall down was in his personal style. Like he's not as animated, he's monotone. His stage presence leaves a lot to be desired. As opposed to Jackson, where he has a lot more stage presence. The story wasn't as clean, but he makes up for it, and perhaps even some beyond that, because of just how effective his presentation was. But in terms of the prosecution, I thought that as opposed to the first trial with Lally, like Lally was just drowning in specificity. It's like, let me tell you about all 50 witnesses I'm going to call. Let me tell you about what they're going to say in excruciating levels of detail. It's like, I don't need this amount of information. And there was no connecting tissue whatsoever. It's like just drowning in specificity, and I wanted to die. This was significantly improved. In terms of the presentation of witnesses, given what they have to work with, I think that they've also been essentially flawless. They started strong with the witnesses that are available to say that Karen Reed made this damning omission, right? They had the EMT, the firefighter, and of course Jen McCabe to say that she said, I hit him, or overheard that. That was what those witnesses were there for. And then they brought in, of course, the hospital lab person and then the state lab person to say that she was drunk at the time. And then we have, these random fact witnesses about whether the car was, full or not, that are kind of like neither here nor there. They're kind of throwaway witnesses. But, I'm not sure why we're necessarily calling them at this time. But, so far, so good. And then if they're going to call Trooper Proctor, that makes a lot of sense because Trooper Proctor is a disaster area for them. And so, like, when do you call him? Now would be a pretty good time, right? You started with all these, the strongest part of your case. That's as good as it gets. You then bring in Proctor, who's disaster fuel. You then do the, state investigation, which is disaster fuel. And you probably end with our friends at Aperture Science. You end with Aperture to say, the car hit him and you call it a day. So I think the state has basically been essentially flawless in terms of their presentation. Their problems are in stage presence, but that's what I think.
Well, it seems like right now you are not always at the end of the case in chief for the prosecution, you got to be at either guilty before the defense lifts their hands. Because if you're not even at guilty, then they've already lost. If you're at I don't know, it's pretty even. They should already lose. So, but it seems like right now, even they're they're doing such a great job, you still don't seem convinced that this is that. But we're at what? We're weekend. So how many witnesses do they have to put on? Because it seems like it's starting to get a little crazy.
Lots. They got a lot of witnesses to go. They got a lot of investigation to go through.
So
they got a lot of people to go through.
The best thing is, what have they convinced us of now? You've been watching it every day. What have they accomplished?
I think you could, if you're being favorable to the state, if you want to give them, the devil their due, I think you could reasonably conclude, although you don't have to conclude, but you could reasonably conclude that Karen Reed said, I hit him some number of times. And I think you could reasonably conclude that she was drunk at 12:30 in the morning. And you could reasonably conclude, obviously, that she was at 34 Fairview at that time. So she was at the time and place that you believe the murder occurred. So, an alibi she doesn't have an alibi. She was present, So she was present at the place and time the murder supposedly occurred. She was drunk at the time the murder supposedly occurred. And at some later time said, I hit him some number of times. I think is what you would be able to give the state if you were looking at it as favorably as you could. That's the elements that I think you have. Of course, that doesn't do a lot for me because I know that they have investigation problems out the ass and they have evidentiary problems out the ass. And I also know that, ARCA basically says the physics are impossible, and I tend to agree with them. And also, for example, like they didn't discover any of the taillight pieces during the initial searches. They didn't discover any pieces during the initial searches. The people that lived at 34 Fairview apparently never found any pieces while they were living there, just going to and from, as they leave their yard every day. Never saw a single piece of glass. The police just happened to be driving by one day. Oh my God, 20 pieces of glass are suddenly there. What are the odds? That just as we randomly visiting for no particular reason, right? And then we have evidence logs. We got, evidence floating around in some guy's trunk for a month, with no particular things. We transferred it to somebody we don't know who because we don't have logs. We've got evidence collected in solo cups that then, aren't labeled, aren't covered, put in a dirty bag, or then given to the lab. then they test they test one of the cups, but we don't know which one, and so forth and so on with the leaf blowers and everything. So they have evidentiary problems out the ass. So they can convince me. You could, if you want me to spot you, she was drunk. If you want me to spot you, she was drunk driving at 12:30 in the morning. Sure, you have a long way to go to, she killed him, not for at least the reasons that I don't think they can prove the car hit him because the physics don't. Not one bruise, Nate. Not one bruise from this 7,000-pound car hitting him at 25 miles an hour. Not a bruise to be spotted. I'm calling bullshit, Nate. That doesn't sound like a thing that's possible, Nate.
But it seems like what you're saying to me, though, just to be clear, it seems like what you're saying to me is that they have at least given you, she was there. In other words, they've given you opportunity.
Opportunity, I'll spot them.
And they seemingly are trying to play up to motive.
Yeah.
But now you're talking...
the motive is weak, but if you believe hard enough, maybe you can get to motive. But yeah.
So if we have motive and we have opportunity, now I have to get you over the last hump, which is extrapolating the circumstantial evidence into she must have committed this particular offense, right? Because motive and opportunity goes to where you're there and your mental state. So now you're talking about the only issue that you have is the actus reus portion of it.
Yeah, the actus reus is the biggest problem.
Yes. Well, I'm just trying to break it down just like a law school exam, right? It's the mens rea, they have to be there, but then your mens rea with the motive. But now we're talking about the actus reus, where even if you have all of that, you still need that piece. So that seems to be the weakest piece of this trial is the actus reus.
Yeah, by
Did
far
she
and
do
away.
the thing? Did she
by far and away?
Yeah. And
the evidence on the evidence on actus reus, at least from the first trial, was so weak that when the defense makes the inevitable motion at the end of the state's case, to dismiss or for a directed verdict at that point, basically, I tell you what, if I were the judge, I'd think about it real hard. I think about granting that motion because I'm like, because at the end of the state's case, the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Right? The standard to bring the case in the first place is just mere probable cause. Right? So it's like, do you have probable cause? Sure. At the end of the case, though, the state has to, at the end, when they say we rest, they have to have beyond a reasonable doubt at that point because the defense has to do jack all. Right, the defense can just be like, "We're done.
That's it. I'm done."
We got nothing. Right, we're done. So if they don't have beyond a reasonable doubt at that point, they're toast.
Yeah.
And so they have to have beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to be able to prove each and every element to the jury. So the question is, could a reasonable jury conclude beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence on the actus reus? And I'm like, I don't think they can. I don't think a reasonable jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt as to actus reus. I'm not buying it, Nate. I'm not buying it. I'm not sure a reasonable jury could conclude it. It sounds like some bullshit.
Oh man. Well, interesting. It's interesting because I'm thinking, again, so from what I'm hearing, is that since they don't, the car, for instance, there's no evidence of him being hit by the car. His cause of death seems to also be something that's arguable, right?
Yeah, the medical examiner wasn't able to conclude homicide.
Yeah, was it a homicide? So with those two things, the only thing I think the state has now is to set up a scenario where, in other words, you can't prove the direct correlation, not the direct correlation, but definitively that you killed him, but all the circumstances surrounding it would lead a reasonable person to believe that it was done. It's simply, you hear the shot, you run around a corner, and you see someone with a smoking gun over a dead body. You didn't see the person shoot him.
Right.
But the circumstances around that would mean the least reasonable person believe the person holding the smoking gun is you know what I'm saying?
It would be sufficient to draw that
Yeah.
conclusion. You could draw a different conclusion, but that would be a lot. Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah. But matter of fact, that guy could have just made it there. While somebody else, like for instance, and even in that case,
Sure.
the person who shot the person could have dropped the gun. Somebody else could have came up, picked the gun up, and
It could absolutely be that. That is definitely a possibility.
But it's just unlikely. So what I'm saying is that it seems like the prosecution, not having seeing the shot happen, seeing the person actually be shot, what they're trying to do is set up the circumstances in which it's the obvious conclusion.
Yeah.
Last person, and usually what they do that is the last person to see the person. When you're the last person to see this person alive, you'll hear that. And when you hear that, that's when you know they're going to you killed them because you were the last person to see this person alive.
Yeah, well, yeah. The physical evidence just isn't there, in my humble opinion. It's like, yeah, again, we have the 7,000-pound car that apparently hits him with enough force to disable him, but doesn't create a broken bone, doesn't create a torn ligament, doesn't so much as create a bruise. I'm like, no. Okay, then we have these huge, these striations in his arm, these deep cuts in his arm. And the prosecution's theory is, well, the taillight somehow shattered and it caused these things. It's like, first of all, taillights don't shatter that way. They're the kind of designed not to. And second of all, even if it did, if those taillight pieces somehow created those marks, you would expect to find DNA on the taillight pieces, but no DNA was found on the taillight pieces. And then again, also, when the police were there doing their search, the first and second search, they weren't unable to recover any taillight pieces, from the scene. So it's like nothing really makes sense. It's all madness.
Hold on 1 second. Somebody's at my door.
Plus the solo cops and the labs and the everything.
The court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levinson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Ms. Levinson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you
Happy
work?
birthday.
Yes,
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel
Yes.
to this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie, were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere, but we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe, road?
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years, so I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother I had met, a good amount of times, and then his father, too, I would say.
How many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No,
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
the side door.
Okay, take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their, like, family room, they call it, with, like, the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is, like, a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's, like, the kitchen/dining room. And then there's a back door. There's, like, a small bathroom over, like, near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement, and then they called it, like, the library is, like, their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it, yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was there just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on food, but we might have been drinking.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Yeah, she gave all
Are
that
those
government
friends of
names.
Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the 4 women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The 3 girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together, and then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out, and then the windows to the front of the house had a little half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see like above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it, did you say, the half
Like
windows were?
the dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway,
Yes.
flagpole,
Yes.
street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have like a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, I'm sorry, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left. After they left, did somebody else come to or arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left.
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said? Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister.
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know
No.
who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before, no.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together, Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but
Were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point, no.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up, and we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
You weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this secondhand from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out
Yes.
for about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed, the wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I would say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabes get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out.
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in, the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was it
Okay.
I'm sorry. Was the
okay.
passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area or in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street, yes.
Next to 34 Fairview, up the street, is 32 Fairview?
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
What the hell did he get from her?
I don't know. I'm not sure why this witness is on the stand. I don't know.
Good morning, Ms. Levinson.
Good morning.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins, by the way, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabes.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago?
Didn't meet
another
their dog.
that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Dog attack.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
Because the dog was a maniac animal.
Out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there.
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door, it's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway, you could see to the right, over toward the flagpole, nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left, just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
1:45. Yeah.
Got it. So you leave at 1:30, there's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground?
Yes.
The yard is flat?
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole?
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction. When you walk out of the door, obviously you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car. Correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up, like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out, Ms. Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car, at least.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door, as you did, to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
And you saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door, down the stoop, looking out over the lawn, and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Okay.
I'm watching and it just had this AI thing pop up on my screen. Samuel L. Jackson is cast as Snow White. I gotta watch this. This is gonna be great.
We could bring it up on stream if you want.
Well, after this,
we'll bring it up on stream for a little fun and frivolities. We can always use fun and frivolities.
It's like what? Really?
Contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week,
No.
the next month.
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Very exciting stuff. We got a little break. We got a little sidebar. Sidebars are a constant thing.
Sidebar. Oh, here, let me pull up this Snow White thing.
Let's pull it up. Share it with us, Nate. Share us the funny.
Yes, Snow White.
Funny. All right, let's see what we got.
Have you ever wondered what it takes to become a princess? I am Samuel L. Jackson, and becoming Snow White was not merely a role, it was a profound journey. Some folks thought I'd just toss on a wig and wing it. Hell no, I dove deep into Snow White's soul for this part. I locked myself in a cabin with 7 of Peter Dinklage's stunt doubles. Real hardcore dwarves, let me tell you. One tried to unionize halfway through rehearsals. I memorized lullabies, sang to birds at 6 in the morning. I even forced my agent to call me princess until I believed it. If I wasn't hearing "Yes, Your Majesty" by breakfast, somebody lost their damn job. You don't go half-ass on Snow White, motherfucker. Art demands sacrifice.
This is pretty sick, bro. What do you think? You want to play it all?
Sure, we're in this now.
Oh my god.
Sam, over here! Sam, over here! Is it true you really wore the dress 24/7 during filming?
You bet your ass I did. I even wore it to the grocery store once. An old woman asked if I was that church lady from TV. She wanted me to pray for her sciatica. I said, "Lady, I'm Snow White, not the motherfucking Pope." You know, when Wicked AI dropped that trailer online, I thought it was a joke, but it racked up 1 million views overnight.
Oh my god. Yes. I think oh, because it gets even crazier than this, and I wanted to get this demonetized. So yeah. Somebody did Samuel L. Jackson race swap this so white.
Okay. Noted.
So it's from a company called Wicked AI.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a thing that exists.
It tells you, it just came across the screen.
And we've all been cursed by this.
Yes. Watching Samuel L. Jackson. Yes, even though I still am a little bit not happy with the whole James Bond being swiped. Like, swap him for any race, I don't care. But for a woman, it's like James Bond is a, the sex beat the geeks and sex freaks type of guy. I'm not here just swapping out for a woman. But
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said. Did you speak with Julie before the interview?
Keep the hearsay.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. One more question. Without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Julie told you what to say. Your whole thing is suspect because of Julie.
Yeah. But that was more effective, right? Just kind of let the implication speak for itself, rather than like browbeating it and driving it, and like just let it speak for itself. Just let the implication hang in the air. I think it's much more effective, and let the accumulation do the work. So Jackson calmed the F down, and he is better for it. So I approve. Also, I still don't know what's up with some of the court stenographers using the mouth device. Who uses this, and why don't they just use the clicky clacky machine like a normal court stenographer? What's up with this bullshit?
Really, that's a job that doesn't even need to exist anymore.
Yeah, no joke, right?
Unfortunately, they don't want to kill the union jobs, but yeah, that job is done. The recording itself is everything.
Yep. All right, let's.
I'm saying I need a new job because AI's about to take this one.
Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Do you remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
But the fact that no one saw the body, right? Nobody saw it.
All right, Ms. Levinson, you are all.
That's no one managed to see this body lying in the snow with all the people going in and out and driving by. Nobody saw it.
Katie McLaughlin.
Katie McLaughlin is testifying. In the arms of angels, far away from here. Hotels of just we fear.
You solemnly swear the evidence to give the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie McLaughlin. I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
Objection.
Yeah.
It's just basic background.
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
The
Did you have to have
reason
any
for firefighting.
special training or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do about 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
The patient.
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Are there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report.
If you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
Hey, can you pause it real quick?
Sure.
Now, I would say this. It's interesting because this is direct examination, but it sounds like a cross because you're allowed to give background information on direct just to, so, are you a firefighter? Yes. Are you this? Are you this? So these types of close questions are appropriate in this manner. But when you start getting to the factual details of what happened, then you'll see it'll turn into more open questions. From now, you tell us from your recollection what happened. This is not about how qualified you are for the job. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely. 100%.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter paramedic?
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through. If you're on a group and you rotate through a schedule, it's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off, and then the rotation begins again. So it's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, Are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status, and we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you have any specific or general responsibilities if there was a call?
Generally, if it's a fire-related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them, whatever they ask you to do or need you to do. You're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at the scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow, or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us, as you're leaving, what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
When you left the police station, or the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. There was definitely snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle. And then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck, does the fire truck have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those were activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
When you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw the emergency vehicles, did you see any people?
Yes.
While you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient, so I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it a he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road, off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head, or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any objects?
I'm sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
I remember seeing a fire hydrant. That's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some point, did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status, and so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah,
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they
suit.
wear?
Black suit.
And do you see where that person's sitting in between?
I do. Her attorneys.
Did you approach that person?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer or a criminal investigator. What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic demographic info. You can answer a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone says, reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of, that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you would typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him, and a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him, Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was...
Sustained. Jurors disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else?
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
With the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events. I don't have a one-on-one. I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends of hers or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about your role that night?
Never.
Did the fact that somebody you knew lived in that house, did it have anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe. A sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at 6:13:45. Stop, please. Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please.
There's a red and yellow jacket on screen? Okay, I'll take your word for it. Is it like red sleeves? Is that what the red is? It's hard to tell.
Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Okay, continue, please.
Okay. All right, I'll take your word for it.
Stop, please. Do you know who that is on the left of the screen at the flagpole?
There's someone at the flagpole?
Which one? At the...
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's two officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh, no.
And that time is 6:15:12. If you could continue, please. Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please.
Can we run this through some AI or something to decrapify this? Get rid of the like pixelation and shit. I need someone to run this through an AI filter or something. I can't see what the hell's going on.
Stop, please. Do you see yourself on that screen?
Yes.
What color jacket?
The red and yellow.
And who's to your left?
Miss Reed.
Across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
Do you see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Okay, continue. Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount to the life-saving effort or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot? Sure. When you're asking what happened or trying to determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison or ingestion of a poisonous substance or a heart attack.
Yeah, in this particular,
I'm
this
not asking about
scenario,
this instance.
Next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, you're trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
Yeah.
That's important to determine, correct?
Yeah.
You want to get the person's age, you want to get the person's date of birth, you want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened, why are we here, correct?
Yes.
Did a person fall out of a tree? Or
Right.
stumble down a stair step, correct?
Right.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That's the whole point, Ms. McLaughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened and document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
Yeah, you have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No.
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago, we reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding, and then yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today, and if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully
And
at
you
that
and Mr.
point.
Brennan went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yep.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information?
Objection.
So that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yep.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to bring out the relationship with Caitlin Albert on the examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct?
Objection.
Yep.
Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination?
No.
At the last hearing when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
All right, don't get too lost in the weeds, man. Don't get too lost in the weeds. And we're live.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, we were talking about, very briefly, your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Ms. Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, only when there started to be a lot of harassment and things that, insinuations and stuff that started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding.
Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews with Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer?
Objection. Compound.
Before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How was there harassment and insinuations if it hadn't been disclosed at the first proceeding?
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLaughlin, before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever...
Objection.
suffered any
Speculation.
harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLaughlin. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but
Was it Mr. Lally?
it could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
She already said
Not
no.
specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Ms. McLaughlin?
She already said no. Objection.
Like I said, I don't remember
Not you,
specifically.
obviously, Ms. Laura McLaughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you claim that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, Ms. McCabe is standing across from you, and there's
Okay, the audio apparently decided to like go to shit all of a sudden. That was not my fault. Let's hope it got. Holy shit! Thank you for waking me up, whoever was responsible for that audio issue. Holy shit!
McLaughlin, can you tell me if you recognize the still shot depicted in that photograph?
I recognize me in it.
It hurt you guys, man. I've in-ear monitors, man. Holy shit, dude. I think my ears just got blown out. Holy shit.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing? Is that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Ms. Reed's to your right, Ms. McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objections to Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retrieve?
Yeah. 50?
Do you remember the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer's name is what?
Officer Sarif.
So the officer has little marks on their lettering. That joke was better in my head. I apologize.
You're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's, I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said, I hit him. And then the officer said, you what? And then she said, I hit him. And he said, go get Goody down here.
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate she said I hit him?
4 times.
And you, according to you, you indicate that at the time that Ms. Reed made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical, yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Okay. If we could play Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Starting at 9, court's permission, starting at 9:15, about 9:46. Can you stop it? Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer, your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Ms. McCabe and with the
Yes,
officer.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play it.
Yeah, Hamilton, I do what I can to punch up the testimony, even if the jokes are questionable, but we do what we can.
Pause it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground of the bright jacket,
Yep,
and Ms. Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
yes,
Standing there.
yes.
Okay.
Hey, Mama Bear, glad to have you here. Weekend was pretty decent. Thanks for asking.
Okay. Okay, we have thoughts on. Ms. McLaughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year that Ms. Reed was, in your words, obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video?
She was upset, for sure.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical in that video? Just now.
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be overly frantic and almost hysterical?
Like I said, that video's not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She had been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that happened. When she's standing there with you, was she running around?
Well, obviously, no.
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and going crazy? With her hands and arms and running in circles?
She had been, but like I said. Yeah, but I think.
I'm asking you about what happened before you got there. I'm asking you.
Actually, technically, AJ, you did ask, because your question was open-ended. You asked, was she running around? Was she gesticulating? That is an unbounded question. If you meant specifically at the time of the video, you have to bound the question. So, you're wrong. You did actually ask. Just saying.
Happened when. I'm sorry.
Question and answer, please.
Thank you. I'm not asking you what happened before we got to that video. Right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
Not in that video.
Okay, thank you. And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, you're hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with her arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down, you're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen, you're being hysterical. Calm down, you're hysterical. And just repeating that?
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of the statement she was making.
I see.
And she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably 40, 50 seconds or so, maybe it was a minute. That's when you're saying now that Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
I think that's a lot more animated than anything we saw in the video, AJ. Just saying. But okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you'll agree that Miss Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that, and what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down, stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection. Yeah, she doesn't know what the police officer said or didn't. She has no idea.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Seraph, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the "I hit him" repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall?
In the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Yes.
In the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients.
Yes.
That was running as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yep.
So that door closed, those doors closed. How many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, when you saw them, I mean, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, Firefighter Nuttall and Firefighter Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions, as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall what you claim to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So in other words, they heard that from you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert, asked by me?
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number and line, please.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3. Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
No, May 4th. Wait a second. Look. I have May 3.
Okay, thank you.
Brennan.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let me wait for you to
No,
get
no.
You see that?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Ms. McLaughlin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
All right. Mr. Jackson, why don't you
All right, more sidebar, guys. Sidebar at glory.
go ahead?
In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who is Caitlin Albert, you didn't offer up in that first initial response, you didn't offer up, you didn't say we're friends, did you?
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
Taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her over the years, correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, briefly.
All right, chat. Cool. We have a second together since we're caught up live. Very exciting. Yep. I hope you're enjoying this. this feed has the benefit of having cleaner audio than most other channels. I think I've tried like Law and Crime and Court TV, and this particular feed has the cleanest audio of any of the major feeds. Plus, also, it has very, very subtle branding, which is nice because some of those other channels that I just mentioned have huge things on the display and just put a lot of garbage on screen. Whereas our good friends over here at, what is this? Our good friends over here at WJAR just have a very, very subtle branding in the corner. So that's nice. So we get clean audio and a pretty clean feed. Clean video and clean audio. That's nice. But we lose closed captioning. They have closed captioning enabled, but for some reason, there is no closed captioning. So it's enabled, but there is no closed captioning. So, well, you can't have everything all at once, I guess. So we press on. Yeah, all the chyrons and such are very distracting. It's like, I don't need all that garbage on display. I just want a clean feed, man. So this is the cleanest feed I found, and I found their audio to be better than Law and Crime or Court TV. I don't know what they're doing in terms of audio processing, but they seem to have cleaner audio. So we take that and we run with it. Why can't the defense pull audio and video? That's not how it works. They can impeach from the transcript because the transcript is the official record. The reason is because the audio and video is not part of the official record. That's why. The transcript is the official record. So that'd be why. Rules. How y'all doing, chat, today? Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for joining me, by the way. Thank you to the 374 of you spending some time with me. Thanks to Nate the lawyer for joining me earlier. That was very nice. Hopefully he'll be back. If other creators are interested in joining me, by the way, I'm also interested in potentially having them on. So if there are other creators out there who would like to join my stream, we could potentially have them on. So let me know if there are other creators out there that have expressed interest. I sent a note to Legal Bites, see if she wanted to join me, but I haven't heard back, so I could send her another note, see if she wants to join me. I'm still admiring my very clean house with its very clean everything. It's nice having a clean house, clean kitchen cabinets, clean counters. It's nice. Got some scuff marks on the floor. I need to sort of figure out how to get those off the floor. So maybe I'll see if I can get out my magic eraser and see if that helps with the scuff marks. I've got a magic eraser somewhere that'll help with the scuff marks. DUI guy? That'd be cool. Yeah, I don't know if DUI guys be interested in streaming. Let me send him a note. See if he's interested in joining me. Let's see if he, yeah. I've never really streamed with him, to be honest. I mean, he's been on other people's streams, but I don't really know him very well. You know, he's kind of like fly by night by comparison, you know, just kind of, he's been part of a few streams, but, you know, he could join us. That'd be fine. Brother Counsel. Yeah, I don't know Brother Counsel at all. I've never streamed with him in any context. So, yeah, I don't know really him, and I haven't really watched his content, so that could be interesting / challenging. Are you going on lunch break pretty soon? I don't know. I don't know what they're doing in terms of lunch. Prosecutor's a villain voice a little bit. You have lunch around 1 p.m.? Yeah, so they'll probably be breaking for lunch pretty soon. And then we can take a break for lunch, which will be good, because then I can make some food, and it'll be great. Yeah, Larry may not be available, but, you know, if he is, that's cool. If not, that's also cool. We're all doing our own thing. I'm here all day, though. I'm here for the stream. I'm here to provide exciting content. Incidentally, by the way, we're sort of tentatively considering a interview with Aiden Kearney, otherwise known as Turtle Boy, potentially for Saturday. So something to look forward to / whatever.
Yes.
He is an interesting character, for sure. He's got a very, what would you say? A very sharp personality? Is that a good way of putting it? Polarizing? Yeah, polarizing is, yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
May I stay by the witness stand just so I can take the photographs back? Can you describe, first of all, take a quick glance through that series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those pages?
Yes.
How do you recognize, generally, how do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Are those photographs?
Yes.
Objection.
Oh.
The photograph. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you see, does every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does every one of those photographs include Caitlin Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than a decade.
I mean, I grew up we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
If I can have this, please. The reality is, you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with
Objection.
Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed. You've been photographed with Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Like a sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends, that group of girls that we just looked at.
Yeah.
AJ does understand that that doesn't necessarily mean that they themselves are friends, right? Just because they're part of the same friend group, right? That they themselves are also necessarily friends, as opposed to like just having mutual acquaintances. He does understand this as a possible principle, right? He does understand that's possible. I'm okay. I just want to double check.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well, I don't know that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So you've had those photos.
The American flags in the background means it's July 4th. Okay. Noted. If there are American flags, it must be July 4th. Maybe it's Flag Day. Have you thought about that? Maybe it's a Flag Day celebration. How about that?
Photographs at least represent some of the celebrations that you have had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember, with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
She's standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
No one cares.
May I approach?
No. Next question.
You just looked at a photograph of you.
I just glanced through them.
Objecting to this
Sorry.
whole line.
The objection is sustained.
I don't blame the judge for this ruling. This is a lot of bullshit that's happening right now. To be quite honest, the judge is not wrong for saying this is bullshit. I'm surprised actually the judge is not even taking more aggressive action. To be honest, I would have taken aggressive action. Again, like I'm mean. I've given you a couple bites at this apple already, and you apparently haven't taken the hint. So I'd be like, okay, cross-examination's over now. Thank you for playing. Sit down. Like, I won't necessarily do it the first time or the second time or the third time, but, you know, much like chat, like the moderation powers will escalate. And eventually I'm just like, yeah, you're done now. Thanks for playing. So I don't blame the judge. This is wildly inappropriate and some bullshit that's happening.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school with somebody by that name?
That's factually correct.
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes.
Probably.
And Mr. Lally. He asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year, too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last summer, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, your relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview for.
Yeah, not allowed to prove that she's covering for a friend. You have to accept the answer. You can't just like impeach the witness for the shit of it. Look, that's her answer to the question, and you don't have enough to go past that. Okay, like the photograph is the photograph. Is this a photograph? Does it depict you? I mean, yeah, but like you can't tell the witness what that depicts or what that reflects. She was there. It's like, okay, we're not friends. Were you standing next to each other? I guess. Does that mean we're friends? No, it doesn't mean that thing. It's just like no. So he's trying to get somewhere he can't get to with the information he has. He has the good faith basis to ask the question, but he can only ask the question once, and then it's asked and answered, and after that's argumentative, and after that's some bullshit. So it's like, and also the photographs themselves aren't evidence in this case, so you can't publish them to a jury because they're not evidence of this case. So they're not relevant to this case. He's trying to use the photographs to refresh the recollection of the witness, but the witness is not confused. The witness is like, no, we're just not friends. These photographs are not reflective of the fact we're friends. That's not what these photographs are depicting. That's just not what it is. And so, but he just won't accept the answer. He just won't accept the answer, and he doesn't have the basis to press the question. He doesn't have anything to press the question with. So he kind of has to accept the answer and eat it. And his unwillingness to do so is incredibly infuriating. And as the judge, I would have shut him down long ago. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut the fuck up. You asked your question. You got your answer. It wasn't what you wanted it to be. I'm sorry you're sad, but you don't have anywhere left to go. You don't have anything left to press her with. So move along. Move to the next thing. Sorry for your sadness. Yeah, there are rules, man. There are rules. This is some bullshit.
No, I was not.
Do you remember being contacted by anybody to set up an interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police.
It would be like saying, I mean, by some phrase of comparison. Oh, hold on. Why is just her and not me? How does that work? Why is her and just not me? Okay. Apparently she's primary or something in my own stream. I don't know how that works. But it'd be like saying, because I appeared on a stream and had conversations with insert any other lawyer that I've ever been on stream with, we're necessarily friends, either at the time or even now. Right? I mean, I hate to break it to you, but I'm not necessarily friends with every single lawyer I've ever appeared on stream with, either at the time or now. Right? This is like, oh, because you appeared on stream together, we're friends. No. It'd be like showing me a picture of us at Alita's wedding. Right? Are you necessarily friends with everyone in the shot? Not necessarily. Are we equally friends? No. It's like this is insane bullshit, right? You've been on stream with these people 20 times. Aren't you friends? Well, no, not necessarily. Sorry to break it to you. Sometimes, that's not necessarily how that goes. Sometimes they're friends of friends or something or whatever. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's frustrating.
Called me, and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with you?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective?
I'm thinking about streaming with Turtle Boy this weekend. Does that mean that Turtle Boy and I are necessarily friends? I don't know that I'd go that far. Maybe we'll become friends, but I don't think we're there yet. Yeah, so I'm not sure about that one. Yeah. Maybe later, though. Not now, maybe. Yeah.
Named Kevin. Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert, ever.
You can't remember who it was that set up the meeting. How can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm
Just
finished with my
hold on
question?
1 second.
Oh,
wait.
sorry.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
No.
About Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police?
That's now the third time he's asking the questions. You understand my frustration? You never talked about it? No. With anyone? No. Not Calvin. This is now the third time he's asking the question. Asked and answered. Now for the third time, you're asking it. You've already gotten the answer twice. And now you're asking the question for a third time because you didn't like the answer the first two times. Sorry, you're not entitled to the answer you want. You're allowed to ask the question once. You get the answer. And unless you have a basis to press, which he doesn't, you can't ask further questions. It's infuriating.
Police or your first interview?
No.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated.
Objection. Asked and answered. She already told you that. Move on.
That interview.
It was I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have
Oh my God.
of how that interview was set up?
How many times can you ask the question? How many times can you ask? Stop asking the question. Fetch isn't going to happen. Move on. As the judge, I would be beating AJ to death right about now. I would be beating him to death with my gavel in the open courtroom. I could come off the bench and I'd just be whacking on him with the gavel stick until he stopped.
And that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory is...
Do you have a memory or do you not?
the question, please.
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer that question?
I don't understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up and it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56, lines 10 through 15. Question, do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. He wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts police officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton Police about that interview or the setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, AJ. This is pissing me off. And not for the first time. He's been doing this entire trial where he's not getting the answers. And it's like, and he keeps pressing and pressing and pressing. And it just pisses me off. It's like, dude, no, he did this with the EMTs. He did this. He keeps doing this. He keeps trying to press when he doesn't have it because he didn't like the answer. I'm sorry for your sadness. I'm sorry you didn't get the answer you wanted, but you got the answer. Move the fuck along. Damn.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of...
I tell you what, man, if I were the judge of this trial, I'd like to think I'm a fair-minded and reasonable person. I really do. But if I were the judge in this trial, I think the odds of Mr. Jackson being in contempt are pretty high. I can see me saying things like sit down and him being like, no, I'm not sitting down, and me like saying, yes, you're sitting down, and him saying no. I think the odds of Mr. Jackson winding up in contempt and or excluded from this case would be pretty high. Because he's pissing me off. Don't piss off the judge. It is rule 1 of litigation. Don't piss off the judge. It's pissing me off. Man.
Setting up the interview or otherwise?
Yeah, badgering. Yeah, badgering, asked and answered, argumentative. Take your pick. Take your pick of which of these objections do you like best. Yeah.
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now...
We already know. You've already asked this question. Stop asking it.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton Police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role when you did, in fact, arrive at 34 Fairview, Ms. McLaughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th of 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you had responded to hundreds, you believe it's possibly hundreds of calls, is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one on January 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly had never responded to a homicide of a police officer before, correct?
Correct.
That would be true.
You indicated as much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective, is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained, you had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialized statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of that nature?
Nope.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else, is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene, right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down, is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert, is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
There's no audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Miss Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes.
The words you claim you heard were, "I hit him." Is that right?
Correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high-stress situations all the time as a firefighter, paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
People react differently at different scenes.
But you
Yeah.
certainly wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion, or a series of questions of confusion? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, did I hit him or could I have hit him?
I did not.
Ms. McLaughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in, I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down, you didn't have any opportunity to write anything down?
I didn't.
You're just going by your memory?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to play exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Okay.
Positive. Just to orient us, can you tell me where you are in that video?
I might be in the middle there, although I didn't get a good look.
With the yellow and the red.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention, Ms. McLaughlin, to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it? Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
Let's keep playing. Pause it. Is this still the part of the interaction where my client is overly frantic and almost hysterical?
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
She was distraught.
Okay. Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical?
Again, hard to say from a video, but
And according to you, well, that's actually, Ms. McLaughlin, it's easiest to say from a video, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
Video. The best
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Videos don't always accurately depict everything, and sometimes based on angle and a whole bunch of factors, not the least of reasons, by the way, it's blurry in a lot of things, but yeah, the video may not necessarily, it's limiting. It is what it is, but it doesn't necessarily depict everything perfectly. Videos are in fact not perfect. They're not God. So, yeah.
I mean, she's she's not totally in view, and I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly.
No sound? What do you mean no sound? You can't hear me? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. What do you mean no sound? What's going on? We have sound? Okay. All right.
I guess.
Right. She
She was upset. She was very upset.
Hysterical?
I might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point at which Ms. McCabe is saying, calm down, you're being hysterical.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second, I'm going to play it again. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him, basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she'd made.
And Officer Seraph is standing right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry?
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh, no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here is what.
So they handcuffed her?
No.
Right. They didn't handcuff her?
No.
Even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, I hit him.
And Officer Seraph just stands there, and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mr. McLaughlin,
Objection.
So, let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, so,
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
okay.
Toward the end of this video. Go ahead.
Are you playing it again, or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it again.
Okay.
Continue. Pause it. You appear to be writing something down,
I could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right. Did you write, I hit him on your
No, I did not.
Go ahead and play it. Still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
Can we pause it? Is this also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
You can have the lights up. Whatever it was that you were talking to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down, correct?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
It was important enough.
Yeah.
To write things down. Yes, sir?
Yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it. Allergies. No allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46 for his age.
Right.
You might write down how he was injured, hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was. Well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables that was just told to you. I hit him, especially.
Probably not.
4 times as you cried.
Probably not as an EMT, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I had that in my head, and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen right
She probably wouldn't write that down as an EMT on her glove. She would write down things that are necessary for the medical diagnosis or medical treatment. That's not necessary for medical treatment. She would be unlikely to write that down. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't flow. The information has no value towards treatment. And what does I hit him mean? Hit him with what? In what context? It doesn't mean anything. So yeah, I wouldn't write it down if I were her. That doesn't make sense.
Writing things, correct?
Yeah.
You never wrote that down, did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that, and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you were wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
As one does.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
I do. I know what's on it.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say,
Oh my
to go
God.
back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen.
Of course she wouldn't write it down. She's writing the things down that are required for the treatment. You wouldn't expect her to write it down. That doesn't make sense. This is dumb.
Very conveniently.
Oh my God.
Correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene.
She has no idea.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Okay.
Ma'am, when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding, was he leaving something out when he was showing you that and asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and you said you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the form.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say, somebody named Kate. I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly?
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you described the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers,
Yes.
and the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
Remember being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall?
Yes.
And then you remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting, and you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up?
Yes.
Followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up, and you said you didn't?
Right.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke, or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
No.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot
No.
or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained is to
Why didn't you persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him, I hit him?
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Write those statements down on your glove?
No.
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A scene that was upsetting. To
Yes.
A lot of people.
Yes.
For a lot of reasons, right?
Yes.
And that's when things start getting missed. When emotion starts playing a role, correct? That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great for you either, was it?
It's not.
Yeah. And your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second, I'm almost finished, Your Honor. You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Elwood under my questioning, didn't you, after that first date? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Objection.
Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
Sustained.
No.
Objection.
Finally, with regard to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never. No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, you are all set. Jurors, I appreciate you going a little later until lunch to just finish the witness. So why don't we do that? We'll give you 45 minutes, come back at 5 minutes past.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, so they're coming back at 5 minutes past, is what she said. So I get a half-hour break. Is that what she said? That's what I heard. All right, so I'm creating this for 1 o'clock, and we're creating a half-hour stream break. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and create that. Okay, create that link. Okay, create event. All right, so we get a half hour. That's enough time to make food at least. I don't know if it's enough time to eat the food, but it's at least enough time to make the food. And then I can get up and eat the food at a later time when it's ready. So that's exciting. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and create the redirect. I need to do that in YouTube. Okay. All right, let's see, create redirect for this afternoon stream. All right. All right, I'm going to take a half-hour break for lunch. If you would be so kind as to make sure to hit the like button on the new stream when you get redirected over there, it'd be appreciated. We will be back in 30 minutes, give or take. We might be 5 minutes late or something. We'll see, but we'll do our best to be back on time. And we will get this party started as it goes. All right, I will see you guys in a half hour. I've been on civil law until later, my friends. I hope all's well. Cheers for now, my friends, and goodbye.